Lately I've been chasing after little things that always slip away. Living in my calendar and living in my car, instead of living in the day. Oh, the wind blew down from Canada this morning.
Hey everyone, welcome to NERFA 2021 Big Orange Tarp edition. It's going to be different this year, as everything is. People call me all the time and they ask me when are things going to be back to normal. And sadly, I got to tell you, normal's not coming back. A lot of people want to believe that, 3 years from now we'll be where we were 3 years ago, but it's not going to happen. So we're going to have to figure out how to make our way through this new reality. I'm working on a blog post called The Day the Music Died Again, and I should have that out sometime, probably right after NERFA. And it's not going to make a lot of people happy, but it is what it is. If I lie to you, am I doing you a favor? I don't think so. Anyway, I asked the performers for this showcase to include a little bit of a life hack or something they're doing to make their music career sustainable in the new normal. Some did it, some didn't do it, but there's lots of great music, and I know you're going to have a good time. I'm having a lot of fun putting it together. We're going to start out, as we always do, with our friends from Fox Run Studios. They've been working on the new normal for several years. They've got sort of an artist incubator going up there in Sudbury, Mass., and they collaborate, they work together, they make videos, they play on each other's songs, they write together. This, I think, is going to be a key strategy for the people who survive this event. Okay, anyway, without further ado, please welcome the Fox Run Studio.
I want to thank Alan for inviting me to curate the first set of the bot showcase. I look forward to doing this every year in person. It's a lot more fun with people in the same room and applause, all of that stuff. And hopefully next year we'll be back to that. I want to kick things off with my friend and bandmate from the Fox Run 5, Matt Nakoa. By the way, if you haven't seen Matt do a solo show or with his band, the Matt Nakoa Band, you should definitely check it out.
Hey NERFA. Alan, thanks for having me on board. It's good to play for you again. I'm going to do a tune that I remember writing with Kirsten Maxwell a few years back. I don't know if we finished it. I don't know if it's finished yet. I don't know if Kirsten remembers this. And I don't know if I remember this, but here goes something. First kiss I tasted, I knew I was yours. The ceiling was spinning as you pulled me to the floor. I wish I could remember, but I can't remember more. Don't know what your lips were laced with. I was wasted. Down came the morning, heavy as I flew. I didn't call no doctor, all I needed was you. You helped me feel stronger when the light of day was cruel. Yeah, before you helped me face it, I was wasted. Oh, right from the start, you took hold of my soul. Your hand on your heart, wasted. I knew I was yours. The world keeps spinning and I'm still here on the floor. I wish I could explain it, but I can't explain it more. What I lost, I can't replace it. I was wasted. I was wasted. Thank you.
I first met and heard Grace Pettis at a folk alliance. I was friends with her father, and it didn't surprise me to find out that she's a hell of a singer and songwriter. I offered to help her with her first Kickstarter video. This was back when people were just starting to do Kickstarter videos. So we got to be friends. And over the years, I've just watched her blossom as a songwriter and performer. She was just in the Boston area doing some shows and got to hang here for a while, so we made some videos. This is a song from her new album on Empress Records. It's called Paper Boat.
Once I was a paper boat, born to capsize, sure as I was made to float. Once I was a paper boat, once I was a paper plane, thrown like caution to the wind, then driven down again. Once I was a paper plane, I was so fragile, so easily unfolded, then gambled on the mercy of the hands I was in, and the whims of the elements. When I was a paper boat, once I was a paper doll. Me and the girls, we played the game, we were identical. Once I was a paper doll. Once I was a paper chain, pretending to be strong and knowing I was bound to break. Once I was a paper chain, I was so fragile, so easily unfolded, then gambled on the mercy of the hands I was in, and the whims of the elements. When I was a paper boat, is so fragile, so easily unfolded, then gambled on the mercy of the hands I was in, and the whims of the elements. When I was a paper boy, once I was a paper boy.
I've had the pleasure of spending many hours in the studio with David Buskin and Robin Batteau. Robin's in the Boston area, Cambridge, finishing his undergraduate degree in ancient Greek mythology. I keep asking him how it feels to be a college senior. Anyway, he told me he'd written a song for Nancy Griffith after she passed, and I'll let him tell you about it.
Hi, I'm Robin Batteau. I'm here with the X-Man, Neale Eckstein, at Fox Run Studios in Sudbury, Mass. We've just finished recording a new song of mine called Cried Out, inspired by the passing of Nancy Griffith a couple weeks ago. The night after I finished recording the incredible Christine Lavin's Beau Woes album with Christine, I went to see some music in Greenwich Village, and I caught the end of Nancy's set. We hit it off and it hit the road the next week, me playing violin beside her. The song that moved me the most was a song called The Wing and the Wheel, which I played violin on her following album, Last of the True Believers. One of my other favorites was Once in a Very Blue Moon, the Pat Alger and Eugene Levine song. And every time there's a blue moon, there she is.
She was the wheel, and I was the wing. We rolled, we flew like a wild thing. Notes they tumbled across each string as she cried out to the world. Toy trucks on the windowsill caught the light as she sang with a whippoorwill. The trucks still roll, but the voice is still. Let us cry out to the world. Let's cry out for hunger, for suffering and pain. She roared like the thunder, she cried like the rain. Let us sing out for justice in her very words. Let's cry for the children, the beasts and the birds. You were the wheel, and I was the wing. We rolled, we flew like a wild thing. Wingman bow to pluck each string as we cried out to the world. She cried out to the world. She cried out to the moon. Cried out.
Lori and I met Genevieve at a folk alliance late one night, or more accurately, early one morning, when we were getting the room ready for the next night's showcases, and she asked if she could play the piano. You piano players at Folk Alliance know what that's like. You either drag around a keyboard or you hope to find one somewhere. Well, there were a bunch of people helping us clean up the room, and she started the song, and pretty much everyone stopped and sat down and listened. We've been friends ever since. We've done a lot of recording together, songwriting, about to put out a new EP, some of her new songs. Here's one of them.
Hi, I'm Genevieve. I wanted to say thank you to Alan and actually for Neale for bringing me in on this. And it's not quite the same not being in the room with Alan and Sally and the crew at the Big Orange Tarp, but we'll make do. So this song is a song I co-wrote with Tom Prasada-Rao called Depends on the Day, and it essentially is sort of a COVID song to some degree.
Nobody knows when the storm will be over. Some say a long time, some say it draws close. Sometimes you can take it, whatever they say. Sometimes you can't, depends on the day. Nobody knows what the world will look like, but we have the choice to make this a good life. Sometimes you suspect it's all flown away. Sometimes it returns, depends on the day. Some days it's a sunrise with birds in the pines. Some days it's a drizzle, there's no end in sight. Sometimes you're just faking on a prayer and a wish, till a brave hallelujah escapes from your lips. So no matter your soul, just know it's okay if you're not really sure you know how to play it. You'll find your own tune to guide your way. And whether you sing it depends on the day. You find your own tune to guide your way. And whether you sing it, oh, whether you sing it, whether you sing it, oh, whether you sing it, whether you sing it, depends on the day.
Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
Another person we met at a folk alliance, there's a theme here, is Eric Schwartz. It was 1999. We were stuck in a restaurant. It was the only restaurant within walking distance of that hotel in Memphis. Everybody was there, and they were not prepared for the invasion of Folk Alliance. But we did manage to get a pinball machine and beer by the pitcher. So by the time we finally got some food in us, we were fast friends. Eric can make you laugh, horrify you, and make you cry. Get ready for this next song. It might be a tearjerker.
Hi everybody, hello Bot. I wrote this for Hugh McGowan, who passed this year. He was a good friend to a lot of us, and I mentioned Texas because he loved the Kerrville Folk Festival. And that ended up in the song, so this is for Hugh. The train has left the station. It's rolling down the track. You're leaning out the window waving. The platform's full of people waving back. Some will call you brother. Some will share their hearts with you. And you're surprised to discover there were some you barely knew. And you might not understand this, but how I wish you could let this moment be your memory. You done good. In your passing years, a lesson to those you left behind. There is no love without expression, just a feeling undefined. And I know it's far too easy to forget to make the call. I just pray if somebody told you what you've given to us all. With the tapestry you've woven, with your loom of wire and wood, and the colors you have chosen, you done good. If you'd never played your songs for us, if you'd never sung a note, we'd recall your simple kindness and the sweetness of your soul. And ever shall that echo as we gather round the flame, as it rises through the Texas sky. Someone says your name, so hear the roaring of the crowd. Take a moment, take a bow, and send a wink into the wings, so we know it's understood. You left us all a little better, buddy, you done good. Oh, you left the world a little better. You done good.
We met Shannon Address at the last in-person SWRFA in Austin. It was immediately clear that she was loaded with talent. She just finished riding a bicycle across the United States, finished the tour up in Boston, got to hang out here for a little while So we made some videos. This is one of her new songs.
You put your hand on the small of my back. My voice was shaking. You whispered, relax. How come goodbye was so easy for you? You touch your finger to my bottom lip. How do you resist something so electric? Oh, this goodbye comes so easy for you. I got my boarding pass and my baggage packed one way, and I don't know when I will be back. And you didn't ask. You said, baby, go wherever you wanna go. The world's a lot bigger than this little town home. I won't handcuff ya, chase your wanderlust. You said, baby, do whatever you wanna do. Follow your heart, you ain't got nothing to lose. I know you meant it, you always tell the truth. But I would've stayed if you'd wanted me to. Step down in the middle of nowhere, pocket journal full of thoughts I didn't share, chasing meaning while my feet trudge through sand. I unboard last and get my baggage back, find a place to stay and I start to unpack, and my thoughts flash back. When you said, baby, go wherever you wanna go. The world's a lot bigger than this little town home. I won't handcuff ya, chase your wanderlust. You said, baby, do whatever you wanna do. Follow your heart, you ain't got nothing to lose. I know you meant it, you always tell the truth. But I would've stayed if you'd wanted me to. Follow an adventure is easier to explain when the truth of the matter is I'm running away. I'm running, I'm running, 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 I'm running away. You said, baby, go wherever you wanna go. The world's a lot bigger than this little town home. I won't handcuff ya, chase your wanderlust. You said, baby, do whatever you wanna do. Follow your heart, you ain't got nothing to lose. But if you had asked, I would've told you the truth. I would've stayed if you'd wanted me to. I would've stayed if you'd asked me to. Had your hand on the small of my back. My voice was shaking. You whispered, relax. How come goodbye was so easy for you?
I wasn't sure whether to even include this next performer in this lineup, but we go way back. I got Genevieve to play piano on it, so it made it a lot better.
These are strange times that we're going through. Rising tides, taking sides. We see the same signs, but they're tearing us in two. I can see you've been crying. I'm so tired of trying, but you're not alone. Yeah, I'm feeling the same. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Hey, I've played the fool, so cruel. Now I'm so ashamed. I don't care who's to blame. My heart and my mind have been locked in this room where the blind lead the blind, like it's a crime to be kind. I don't want to turn to stone. I don't want to die alone. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Hold on, hold on. Well, don't let go before the dawn, 'cause there never was a night that didn't find the light. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Strange, strange times. Well, these are strange times that we're going through. Rising tides, taking sides. There's a restaurant not far from here that Lori and I go to a lot. It's called Chill. Our friends own it. And they frequently have music on Friday and Saturday nights. But it's a cover gig mostly, with people eating and talking, and you musicians know what that's like. But Lori and I tend to eat late, and sometimes we're the last people there. We'd already been impressed by Dwayne Haggins, listening to him do his covers, so when it cleared out, we asked him if he had any original songs. And he did, and he's great. Hope you like it.
Mr. Angel Man on these winding angel roads, tell me of a place where I can rest my worn-out toes. Mr. Angel Man in the sky, Mr. Angel Man, won't you tell me why? Why have I not known of a place where love is high? Sunshine so bright that it's began to blind my eye. Take my map and tell me where to go. forever on these winding angel roads. I said, Mr. Angel Man, who's in charge of this great land? Whoever it is, let them know my heart's at their command. Yeah, my heart beats blood that glows, forever on these winding angel roads. Mr. Angel Man, with your wings so big and wide, all they do take me out so I can see that light. Oh, Mr. Angel Man, look, I wanna know the reason for these winding angel roads. I remember troubled time, that was long ago. But now that I'm up high on these winding angel roads, I can aimlessly roam, and I may stay along these roads. Mr. Angel Man, on these winding angel roads, I think I found a place for me to rest my worn out toes. Mr. Angel Man, look, I think I know the reason for these winding angel roads. I said, Mr. Angel Man, look, I think I know the reason for these winding angel roads.
Crow's Pasture is Monique Byrne and Andy Rogovan. They wrote a song called Take Back the Red, White, and Blue that I hope everybody gets to hear. I included some photos in it that Andy said it inspired him when he was writing it.
The first day of school, I was scared, I was shy, but I listened when told what to do. To talk, raise your hand, and always you stand. Stand for the red, white, and blue. The lone horse followed, a caisson so slow. Sad words were whispered and few. A soldier's salute as the casket rolled by, covered with red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue, for me and for you, and all who would yearn to be free. Let no one divide, we'll stand side by side and take back the red, white, and blue. First I saw the anger, then I saw the fear. Our flag was being used as a spear. were busing in Boston and children in tears. The bigotry landing so near. A flag waving man with a gun in his hand. A rally for slogans and hate. On the Capitol grounds, doors and windows broke down. I pray that it isn't too late. All through the land, wherever you stand, stand for the red, white, and blue. Let no one divide. We'll stand side by side and take back the red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue, for me and for you, and all who would yearn to be free. Let no one divide. We'll stand side by side and take back the red, white, and blue. We'll take back the red, white, and blue. Take back the red, white, and blue.
I'm going to close out the Fox Run set with Tom Prasada-Rao. Tom is an extraordinary songwriter, musician, and human being that I'm very proud to call friend. He wrote the song $20 Bill for George Floyd, and many consider it to be the song of the year. Here's my friend Tom Prasada-Rao. And thanks, Alan, for including us this year.
Some people die for honor. Some people die for love. Some people die while singing to the heavens above. Some people die believing in the cross on Calvary Hill. Some people die the blink of an eye for a $20 bill. Some people go out in glory, yeah, with the wind at their back. Some get to tell their own story, write their own epitaph. Sometimes you see it coming, sometimes you don't know until you run out of breath with a knee on your neck for a $20 bill. Oh, brother, I never remember still. Let this be our communion. It's time to break the bread. Do this in remembrance, just like the good book said. Sometimes the wine is a sacrament. Sometimes the blood is just spilled. Sometimes the law is the devil's last straw, the future unfulfilled.
Hey guys, it's Kate Copeland. Alan wanted me to share a few words about what I've been up to musically during COVID. It's been a pretty strange time to be a musician, as I'm sure a lot of you have experienced. So I've actually been involved in a few different things. One is I started teaching songwriting lessons over Zoom, and also some music theory lessons. And that's been really fun. It's going really well. So yeah, that's been a little side income. And then also I have been having artists come and stay with me and my fiance, Jeff, who's an audio engineer. And we've been doing sort of these songwriting and, recording, pre-production intensives with artists who have wanted to get new songs kind of off the ground and ready for records. So that's been really, really exciting work. I've done a couple of those this past year with different artists where they come and basically stay for about a week and we record demos, we, polish up their songs, make sure they're record ready, talk about what we want to do in terms of production on, upcoming recordings for them. And then, get the ball rolling on new projects. So that's kind of the two main music things that have been keeping me busy. In addition to that, I've been pursuing a master's in clinical psychology, and I'm in the process of training to become a licensed marriage family therapist. So yeah, plenty of things going on in my world. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy, and can't wait for us to all be able to get together in person again.
You come to me softly. You come as a dream, as a memory, and I'm caught in a freeze frame. Every time that you step through the curtain away, There is so little to lean on these days. A trail of breadcrumbs stretching for miles through the maze of my mind, and each one is a promise you made me back when we used to stay up all night. You were brutally truthful, saying sometimes one has to be cruel to be kind, but I knew I could trust you to love me, knowing all of the good and the bad is entwined. Hearts like yours might burn too brightly, but of course, to be perfectly honest, you probably preferred it that way. So quick to be careless, always seeking the thrill of your tortured affections, hooked on the high of the crowd at your feet. How effortlessly you could hold their attention. I was so curious. What did it feel like to be so untamable? Well, I am sure it was lonely. Once you drunk all your lovers and friends right under the table. Hearts like yours might burn too brightly, but of course, to be perfectly honest, you probably preferred it that way. Yes, of course, to be perfectly honest, you probably preferred it that way. Will you come to me softly? You come as a dream, as a memory, and I'm caught in a freeze frame every time that you step through the curtain.
Hey, I'm Charlie Mosbrook. We just finished up Farm yesterday, and I have a few minutes to record a little video for all of you at NERFA. I hope you're having the same kind of experience we had at Farm, because it was magical. It was so cool to spend time with everybody. It's good to have an opportunity to be with you. So, Alan, thank you for including me, and this is a song of mine called Considering the Weather. You're a fool, he said, and nothing is real, and all he believed was what he could feel, and nothing is promised, and nothing is written in stone. You know they change the rules if they think you got some meat on the bone. I don't understand the spell that we are under, the absurdity, it seems obvious to me. And considering the weather, I pray for better days for you and me. And death and madness, fools, cowards, and crooks, the outgoing boss, you know we burned all the books. Well, back to business as usual, but it ain't like it used to be. A little more predictable in the strange reality. I don't understand the spell that we are under, the absurdity. It seems obvious to see. And considering the weather, I pray for better days for you and me. And considering the weather, I pray for better days for you and me. A little too close, too much for just one man. It could have gone another way if he had a better plan. He ain't really gone, no, he's looking for another chance, another opportunity to bring a song and dance. I don't understand the spell that we are under, the absurdity. It seems obvious to me. And considering the weather, I pray for better days for you and me. And considering the weather, I pray for better days for you and me. Hope you're all having a great conference. Hope to see you at FAI in February. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Judd Caswell, coming to you from Topsom, Maine, and it's great to be with you virtually here at NERFA this year. It's great to be back. Alan asked if we might start off with a little bit of a discussion about how COVID has changed things for us in music, changed how we see what we're doing and where we're going. For me, there are a couple of big changes. One was that, pre-COVID, I was just really too busy. I was doing too many things. I was working more and working harder instead of working smarter. And what was suffering was my chance to focus on the art of what I do, the writing and the things that are really important but are easy to set aside for other concerns. And COVID took a lot of that away. It took away my ability to get busy in that same way. And it was kind of a blessing. And I'm looking forward to the changes that's wrought in the way that I see what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to having those come to fruition or to keep working on those. The other big change is that I really hadn't done video work at all before COVID hit. I have a recording studio, And I had just decided that video was going to be a part of what I needed to learn to do. And I got myself a camera, did the research, and this was like January of 2020. And so when it hit, I was 90% of the way there to doing videos. But I needed it to be a necessity. I needed it to be. I just needed that push. And so what I did was I spent the next 6 months almost doing almost a video a day. Sharing music that I really was missing making in person, and I used that also as a way to raise some money for local charities around COVID. That helped as well to make it feel like not quite so much about me. But I'm really glad to have done that, and I'm looking forward to figuring out how to do more of that kind of stuff as this year goes on and we go on to into the future. I want to play a song. I'll start with a song that I wrote last year. It's a song that I stumbled across in a book I was reading, this poem, and it's a poem by Rumi called Keep Walking. And I read it, middle of the summer, and it felt like it was speaking to just the moment that we were all in, and what we all kind of needed to do to keep going. And so with apologies to Rumi for making it rhyme, and I suppose singing it in English, here's Keep Walking.
Keep walking, on you go, though the final destination is never ours to know. Seeing through the distance, that's not for you or me. It's not a place to get to, it's a place to be. Move within, not in fear. Don't you listen to those voices whisper in your ear. Today we wake alone, and just like every other day, empty and frightened, and with a choice to make, to keep walking. May the beauty we love be what we do. May the love that we find see us through, till the beauty we love proves this thing we've found. There's at least 100 ways to kneel and kiss the ground. Raise your voice, find your song, let your heart sing soft and gentle, or loud and strong, and study in the world that can only go so far. Sometimes you gotta reach up and take down your guitar. Keep walking. May the beauty we love be what we do. May the love that we find and see us through, till the beauty we love proves this thing we've found. There's at least 100 ways to kneel and kiss the ground. So keep walking. Keep walking. Sort of felt like that was an important mantra for 2020 for me. I want to play a tune, play this one sort of especially, well, another one for Alan. Alan has been a big supporter over the years and is a fan of a song of mine called Blackberry Time. And it's kind of a song about seizing the day, and it's mostly a song about my backyard. And I wanted to play this song for him. It's another song about my backyard, but it's kind of a song about a little bit about what I've been doing for the past 15 years. 2006, 2007, I was doing a lot of the song contests, and I was a new folk winner, and Dave Carter Memorial Songwriting Contest up in Oregon, and kind of got to travel around the country, and often with playing that song Blackberry Time, it was a kind of introduced me to a lot of people, which meant a lot to me. And I stopped doing that because I had little kids at home, 0 and 3, 1 and 4 years old when I was 2006, 2007 when I was doing a lot of that. And so they figure in this. This is kind of a backyard song. It's kind of a bedtime song. It's called Phoebe on a Fence Post. Phoebe on a fence post, fly away, fly away. Phoebe on a fence post, fly away home. Green snake in the sweet grass, slide away, slide away. Green snake in the sweet grass, slide away home. 'Cause the sunset through the birches paints a picture on the wall. The dandelions are closing and the hermit thrush calls. So Phoebe on a fence post, fly away, fly away. Phoebe on a fence post, fly away home. Baby in the bathtub, splash away, splash away. Baby in the bathtub, splash the whole floor. Mama in the kitchen, sing away, sing away. Mama in the kitchen, won't you sing a little more? 'Cause there's moonlight on the window and the chicken's home to roost. And this train is bound for bedtime, so shake that red caboose. And baby in the bathtub, splash away, splash away. And mama in the kitchen, won't you sing a little more? Brown bat in the starlight, sweep away, swoop away. Brown bat in the starlight, dancing on a breeze. And there's peepers in the frog pond, and they peep away and squeak away. And peepers in the frog pond are singing through the trees. And there's a barred owl in an oak tree, like the ghost of Robert Frost. He's asking about the yellow wood, the 2 roads, and the cost. While the peepers in the frog pond peep away, squeak away. And a brown bat in the starlight is dancing on a breeze. Phoebe on a fence post, fly away, fly away. Phoebe on a fence post, fly away home.
Phoebe on a fence post. So that's a song that I put on my most recent record. It's called Live at the Seagull Shop. Looks like that. And I think this one's on it too. It is. It's number 19. This next song I'm going to play. This is a long CD. It's a live CD. And it was one night of music. With a lot of good friends at a beautiful place on the coast of Maine. And was fortunate enough to have that song be that record be the number one record for the Folk Alliance, folk DJ list for March of 2020, which was just really meant a lot to me. So this last song that I want to play for you is it's a song I wrote for my dad, but it's a song about perseverance, and it's a song a little bit about reframing problems. Sometimes problems seem insurmountable, and when we put our logical minds to them, when we put our mathematical minds to them, it seems like there's absolutely no answer. But sometimes things work out anyway. The song's called "Holding It Together," and this is for people like Alan and so many people in the folk music community, the DJs and the artists and the presenters who keep holding this together, making it possible for us to keep doing it. So thank you all for all you do. And again, my name's Judd Caswell. You can find me at juddcaswell.com.
Shingles going silver in the long summer twilight on my grandfather's barn. The ridgepole walks a crooked line, swaying deeper with the tide. And the nightshade and the ivy grow together by the field stone foundation as it shoulders the load. And it may not hold another year. That's why we've called the engineer. And he grips his clipboard, chews his pen. He squints up through the rafters and says, well, I'll tell you, friend, don't ask. You don't want to know. The numbers think this should have failed you long ago. But there's something holding it together. The math will never show. So say a little prayer and on you go. She's got baby blue and powder pink speckles on the well-worn t-shirt from my favorite band. There's stacks of books on every floor. There's masking tape around the door. So I brush aside the drop cloth from the keyboard of the old piano so I can wander for a while. I don't hear her coming up behind till she puts her hand in mine. And she says she's worried, she can't see clear. Do I think there will be room enough for 3 this year? Don't ask. You don't want to know. The numbers think this should have failed us long ago. But there's something holding it together. The math will never show. So say a little prayer and on we go. It seems to me that life is lifeless if you're just waiting on some kind of guarantee. You may prove that hope is hopeless. All I ask is don't tell me, 'cause I don't want to know if the numbers think this should have failed me long ago, there's something holding it together the math will never show. So I say a little prayer, on I go. I just say a little prayer, and on I go.
Thanks so much. Hope to see you soon.
Hi.
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 Here we are. There you are. It's NERFA this way.
2021.
Yeah.
Woo.
So we're happy to be here.
Yeah. And hi, Alan. Thanks for inviting us. So we're going to play some music for you, and we're really happy to be participating. And next year, hopefully in 2022, we'll be gathering together in Connecticut. And look forward to that.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Until then. Your words across the sky, a voice on a thin phone line. I use my imagination while I mark the time. Staring at your photo from last July, but staring doesn't seem to work, so I'll just try. Close my eyes and fly to you in dreams. I'll close my eyes and fly. Maybe I can hear the sound that beats inside your chest. Find that perfect rhythm that lets you love me best. I am singing still the song we sang when we said goodbye, but singing doesn't seem to help, so I'll just try. Close my eyes and fly to you in dreams. I'll close my eyes and fly. How can absence make the heart grow fonder when our love's already great? And I surely don't know how We'll just have to use our imagination.
Close my eyes and go to NERFA.
Yeah, that we're together. Okay. Hey, do you want to switch sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. I like this side.
Yeah. Well, we'll share. This is a song that Bob and I wrote during the pandemic. Our reaction to watching what's going on in the world, watching on TV, and something to focus our attention on.
It needed to be written.
Yeah.
And it needs to be sung, so we'll do it. Paper bag is blowing down the sidewalk. The smell of tires, the smell of something worse. Somewhere someone's crying, somebody's laughing. I hear a screaming, I hear somebody curse. People walking by, people looking, people asking what is going on. Someone kicks a beer can at a storefront. I hear a voice that tells them move along. The more things don't change, the more they stay the same. I'm just another piece in a brutal game. Lying here, no one knows my name, but mama, I can't breathe. Try to bend my leg, but nothing's happening. Try to raise my head, but I can't move. Feel like I am drowning on the pavement. Somebody's winning, I am gonna lose. The more things don't change, the more they stay the same. I'm just another piece in a brutal game. Lying here, no one knows my name, but mama, I can't breathe. The more things don't change, the more they stay the same. I'm just another piece in a brutal game. Lying here, no one knows my name, but mama, I can't breathe. Mama, I can't breathe. Mama, I can't breathe. Say that again?
Sure.
This is one of the first songs I think we wrote together. And Judi had a start on it, and then asked me to add my perspective.
Yes.
You know, back in 1968, 69, when the Beatles were singing "All You Need Is Love."
Yeah, and I was writing this song starting from the perspective of a kid growing up in Canada and looking at what was going on across the border in the late 60s. And I needed Bob's perspective.
Salty stream
So this is for Alan, who is a big fan of my mother, Betty Reid Soskin, who is probably best known as the oldest National Park Service ranger in the country. She's still serving at 100 years old as of last month. And in the 60s, my mom was a singer-songwriter. And we're going to sing one of her songs for you now.
When my lovely world turns cold and leaves me wondering if all I am to be has now been, and if all I am to grow, to sense, to hear, to see, to know, if all I am to feel has flown with the wind, then I flee my lonely world and climb a hill where soft earth fits my foot and I can make the world be still, while my arms outstretched hold sun and clouds and sky. The wind folds me in love, and I'm all I. And then high atop my hill, my trees and I, with earth beneath our feet, all can feel the world inside, and through limbs outstretched hold moon and stars and sky, and our wind folds us in love, and we're all I. Thanks to your mom for writing that beautiful song.
Thank you, Betty Reid.
Thank you, Betty Reid.
Soskin.
Now Soskin.
There you go, Alan. I know there are many people out there involved in NERFA who are doing a lot less traveling than we used to do. But we all still share these experiences that we tried to encapsulate in this song. Yeah, you'll know what it's about. Someplace we've never been, counting off the miles till we pull in. Come on, give that roulette radio a spin. What a trip, what a trip.
Follow the music, follow the moon, follow the follow the tune. What a trip we're on. What a trip we're on. Driving through the night, my back is aching, rolling towards the dawn as it is breaking, working on that song that we are making. What a
chatter of the wind as trucks fly by. Sometimes it seems there's only sky, and sometimes it's so beautiful I cry. What a trip, what a trip we're on.
Follow the music, follow the moon, follow the muse, follow the tune. What a trip, what a trip we're on. What a trip we're on. And where we're driving to tonight is where we're leaving from tomorrow. Oh, loneliness, it still comes creeping when I'm lying in the dark instead of sleeping. Still we're grateful for every breath we're breathing. What a trip we're on. Follow the music, follow the moon, follow the muse, follow the tune. What a trip we're on. What a trip we're on. What a trip we're on. What a trip we're on.
Mostly going nowhere.
That's true. We miss you, Alan. We miss you, friends from NERFA. Wow.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll all be back on the road soon, as much as we want to be.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, NERFA friends. Carla Ulbrich here. Happy to be here. I was asked to share what have I been doing during the pandemic lockdown to keep my music business afloat. Well, like a lot of you, I've been live streaming. I was live streaming every Friday for about a year. Now I do it just once a month as far as my own live stream. Also done some virtual gigs, some of which I had booked, and then they just as live in-person gigs, and then they turned them into online gigs. And I've also been doing virtual music lessons, which I had already been teaching before the lockdown. And I gotta say, I actually have more time and energy not spending so much time in the car and not having to clean up my house for every student who comes over. So there are some advantages to this more virtual life, I must say. Well, while I'm on that topic, everybody's on Zoom. Everybody's on Zoom. Video conferencing all day long. Everybody's on Zoom. Is this on? Can you hear me? You think you could turn off the TV? And maybe turn down your speakers? It's feeding back. Hello, what? Are you talking to me? Me? Everybody's on Zoom. Everybody's on Zoom. I didn't say everyone knew how to use it. Just said everybody's on Zoom. Work meetings, book clubs, 12-step groups, using virtual calls to resume. What really is needed most right now are some meetings on how to use Zoom. Everybody's on Zoom. Everybody's on Zoom. Video conferencing all day long. Everybody's on Zoom. The perverts started crashing the meetings and flashing their junk. That's just sick. Of course, when you invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry, don't be surprised when you get Tom's, Harry. Everybody's on Zoom. Everybody's on Zoom. Fish gotta swim. Flashers gotta flash. Everybody's on Zoom.
Hi, NERFA friends. My name is Kelly Kerr. I am really excited to be a part of this video showcase for the bot. Thank you so much, Alan, for inviting me to be a part of this and putting everything together so that we can feel some sense of normalcy in these crazy times. I know for all of us performers, it's been extremely challenging to do what we love to do and to do what our job is and make money or to be successful. And I know a lot of people did Facebook live shows and Instagram live. I had trouble. I tried it a few times, but I did have trouble doing that, feeling like I couldn't just directly engage with the audience. I had a lot of difficulty really getting in the headspace where I can get to naturally when I do perform in real life. So I actually started teaching virtually voice, guitar, and piano and found that I absolutely loved it and have continued to do it since. It was the highlight of, every day being able to connect with a student on music and have that sort of lift our spirits when everything felt so dark. And so I also started as a full-time music student in college, and started completely online, which was challenging in a lot of ways, but it was really nice to be able to spend every day focusing on learning more about music, learning how to teach music, learning more about creation, and ultimately a lot of beautiful things came out of this time for me, as difficult as it was. So I look forward to playing for you, and I hope you enjoy. Anyway, this first piece is called You Never Left Me, and in the same light, it's sort of about finding the beautiful things out of challenging times. You never loved me the way that I loved you. I can forgive you for that. If you can forgive me for falling down. Was it just timing? I thought we were rhyming, but we couldn't finish the song. Or maybe it was just wrong all along. But oh, I think it was worth it to say I've loved and I've learned. And sure, I'm breathless, but I found out old flames always burn, 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 burn. So I'll keep scraping my knees, trying to chase down the breeze. So many places and so many people, sometimes I don't know what to do. But fall in love maybe 3 times or 2. Was it the darkness that made things seem sparkless, or was it blind leading blind? I thought I could have held you for time beyond time. But oh, I think it was worth it to say I've loved and I've learned. Sure, I'm breathless, but I found out old flames always burn, 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 burn. So I'll keep scraping my knees, trying to chase down the breeze. How many times must I feel this sting? I never see the signs before the suffering is
Where did you say yes to before you closed your eyes? There's silver linings, bigger fish hiding. We must keep searching the sea. And sometimes we're gonna feel lonely. So many textures to broken heart lectures. This one was rough as can be. But sandpaper wears over time, you see. And I think it was worth it to say I've loved and I've learned. And sure, I'm breathless, but I found out old flames always burn, 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 burn. I'll keep scraping my knees, trying to chase down the breeze. Thank you. This next song is a very different direction and about moving to a new town and meeting other musicians and performers, and instead of being welcomed, it's sort of like a turf war, and it was a bummer. And so instead of being confrontational, I wrote a passive-aggressive song about it, because that's what we do. And it's called Black Magic, so...
Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing all of you in real life soon, and excited to hear you.
Hey, Alan, thanks for having me. And it's great to connect with all the NERFA folks. I know we can't hug each other this year, but that'll come next time. And I want to play a song for you, actually a couple of songs. The first one is pretty dear to me. It's on my album, Normal Isn't Normal Anymore, which was released last February. And sometimes we write songs and we send them out for competitions and you don't think you'll ever hear about it again. But for this one, I found out that I won the International Acoustic Music Awards this year for this song. So it's called My Father Was a Quiet Man. Last Christmas Eve, I had a dream. My father was reaching out to me. He was standing near the fireplace. A younger man, I could see his face. Spoke to me and it felt so real. And we talked for hours there in my dream. My father was a quiet man, and sometimes hard to understand. In church when I was only 3, so tall he stood there next to me. He held a hymnal open wide. It was there his voice could ring a mountainside. We took a trip to Spartanburg in his '57 Thunderbird. We walked into the music store. He knew exactly what he was looking for, had an intuition about his son, somehow knew the man he would become. And in his own quiet way, he handed me my first guitar that day. Years ago, my brother passed away, and the angels spoke to me that day. As I walked into my father's house, he was standing there reaching out. He gave me such a long embrace. Quiet tears were falling from his face, and I learned how strong a man can be when death befalls a family. Yes, my father was a quiet man, and sometimes hard to understand. I look at him, I see myself in a photograph upon the shelf. I watch my son, now he's 21. A father someday will become, and I hope someday he'll understand how sometimes I can be a quiet man. My father was a quiet man. Thank you, Dad. And I want to play another tune. Oh man, it's just good to be here, no matter online or whatever. I'm just glad you're here, and I'm here. And this next tune I wrote after going to Farm a couple of years ago, and going to a late night showcase at a hotel room that had whiskey and pie. Whiskey and pie at 2 a.m, and man, that was the best thing ever. So I left Farm thinking that's a great name for a tune, and I wrote a tune about it. And it's on my album, Normal Isn't Normal Anymore. And so here we go. There's the mic. And what got me through this year? Well, a little bit of whiskey and pie, for real. And being able to do this, play for people online, and also releasing my new album, which I had to think twice about doing it during the rough times, but I'm glad I did. And I'm just glad to be here. I love you all. Love Folk Alliance and love NERFA, and you guys take care. We will see each other again soon. So take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Belle Skinner. I'm from New York, and the question was, what did we do? What did we change during the pandemic in terms of our music careers? And I think now, since performing has sort of slowed down, I've been focusing more on recording and writing and making stuff rather than, performing live. I do have hope that the live aspect is gonna, go back to where it was. I do have hope, so I think now's the time to take advantage of other aspects of music that one can do while, things are still a little bit unusual. So I'm going to play a song that I wrote during the pandemic, and hopefully we'll record soon. I'm making lots of recordings, and it's about solitude. It's called With My Solitude. Let's sit back a little bit. Okay. I'm never alone. With her I was born. She's always by my side. Here in my room, she makes herself right at home, and we talk through that night. Her face is a mirror, her song is a sigh, and I know well the tune. I'm never alone with my solitude. Millions of people all at once, talking too loud, yet they don't say a thing. With her I've learned much more than I could learn from any crowd. She takes me undoing. Sometimes she's my best friend, sometimes she's my worst enemy, but I always come back to the one that I know, my solitude. And I could never write a word, never write a song without her guiding me. Though these days it's getting harder just to breathe. Through her eyes I try to see, make sense of everything the world has shown. I couldn't do it on my own. I'm never alone. With her I have grown, though many tears I've cried. And if I don't notice her, I still know she's around. She'll be with me all my life. And if at times I forget her, well, she doesn't mind, 'cause she's loyal and she's true. I'm never alone with my solitude. I'm never alone with my solitude. So that was With My Solitude. I'm Belle Skinner, and thanks so much for having me. Bye.
Hello, NERFA friends. We are called the Honey Badgers. I'm Erin.
And I'm Michael.
And we are coming to you pre-recorded from Newark, Delaware as part of the Big Orange Tarp Gorilla Showcase.
Virtual edition.
Virtual.
Yeah.
We're super excited. Alan wanted us to answer one question, which was, how have you, what's your musician life hack for existing in the pandemic and like making money as a musician?
Mm-hmm.
So
So yeah, to support our original music, we've sort of pivoted. A lot of the venues have closed down, and booking a tour right now is kind of iffy still, even in November of 2021. So we've been filling out our schedule with some weddings. It's been an interesting transition, but the money is good, the stress levels are high, and it lets us still pursue our own original music in our time.
Yes. We never intended to be a wedding cover band, but it's been a really fun experience, and we might continue it past pandemic times, but we're really looking forward this winter to writing some new original music and hopefully getting into the recording studio.
Yeah, so this song is called Meet Me.
This is the title track to our 2019 full-length album, also called Meet Me.
Yes, thanks for listening. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm so scared of going blind.
If I get too far away for you to see. Oh, meet me underneath the tree. Meet me in a farmer's field under the tree will kneel. Close your eyes and feel the sun. Our lives have just begun. Oh, 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 oh.
you so much for listening. Hopefully we'll see you in real life next year. Bye.
Hi, I'm Grace. I'm so happy to be doing this and really proud of myself that I know how to operate this technology. It is one of the many gifts that COVID gave. I'm going to start out with, and in fact, I'm only going to play songs that exist because I was stuck in my house for a really long time. And this first one I wrote, it was inspired kind of by two things. The first was me remembering that time I broke up with someone because he spelled Saturday wrong in a text message. And I remember thinking, like, why Saturday? Like, of all the days of the week, like, if you had spelled Wednesday wrong, I could probably overlook that. But Saturday, And I was thinking, like, man, if I kept breaking up with people for inane reasons like spelling errors, I would be super lonely. And then I was thinking about how my dad used to constantly tell me that if I was playing music and people's toes were not tapping, I was failing. And it's created a little bit of a complex. So I was thinking just about those two things. So I've got a little bit of a cowboy groove here, and this song's called Free. What the hell was I thinking of when I let you turn the key? My tongue is tight, my breath is short. I didn't let you get the best of me. I heard the tires rumble, I felt the earth shake. I knew my hands trembled. Maybe my biggest mistake is wanting to find a life not needing anyone else to be. And I'm free. It's just me, and I'm free. What the hell was I thinking of when I didn't call you back? I came up short with the words to say. What an embarrassment. I heard the bells ringing, I started to sweat. I almost picked it up. Maybe my biggest regret is wanting to find a life not needing anyone else to be. So I'm free. It's just me, and I'm free. My heart beating, God, I can't relax. Sometimes love is fleeting, sometimes it comes back. I'm wanting to find a life spent loving somebody else, but it's me, and I'm free. It's just me, and I'm free. So I want to take this moment to give a little bit of a shout out to Betsy Siggins, who gave me the gift of a lifetime when she reached out to Lori McKenna and asked her to listen to some of my stuff, and then Lori McKenna invited me to go write with her. The most challenging part of that whole scenario was playing it cool when I was in Lori McKenna's basement. But I was 8 months pregnant at the time, and I have 3 teenage stepdaughters. And so Lori and I just sat and chatted for a bit and talked about the idea that I just wanted each of those girls to know that no matter what, their new sibling was going to love them. Because as you can imagine, having a stepmom when you're a teenage girl is hard, and then add a baby in, and that's hard. And so this is called Just Loving You.
not carrying a big bag. He won't have much to say. He might not look just like you, but he's yours anyway. He might be carrying a band-aid, a cure, or a dream come true. But he's coming into this world just loving you. Won't have change in his pocket, no debts to pay. He won't change the station. He'll like any song you play. He won't be mad at your mother or your dad. He won't know that love can be cruel. No, he's coming into this world just loving you. If love were a simple thing, we wouldn't have to think twice. If hearts were protected, we wouldn't have to hide. Others have let you down. We all know it's true. But he's coming into this world just loving you. So put down your baggage and give yourself time. He's looking toward you with no fear in his eyes. He doesn't know why you cry or you're hurt, or why anyone would want solitude. No, he's coming into this world just loving you. Love ain't no simple thing. We all have to think twice. Hearts made of paper wear out in time. Cradles and blankets are all out in full view. And he's coming into this world just loving you. Oh, he's coming into this world just loving you.
So it feels strange to say this, but for me anyway, the whole pandemic gave me some gifts, even though it took away a lot. And one of those gifts was thinking about and recovering my self-confidence. You may have seen me perform years ago with a band, and most of the songs, in fact, all of the songs I wrote were about King Henry VIII. And then after that band broke up, I played with a trio all the time. And all of a sudden, here I was, having to live stream if I wanted to perform and keep working, and it had to be me by myself. And I realized in that moment that I had played with bands and trios because I was hiding and I wasn't confident in myself. And all the writing I was doing was intended to be for groups. So here I was trying to learn self-confidence and having no songs that I had written with the intention of it being just me. So I've spent the whole pandemic writing songs, learning how to write songs for just me. And so in that respect, I'm really, really grateful. And I think it also made me learn new skills, like this whole setup. and the idea that if you're a songwriter, you just show up and write songs. So this one was me thinking about me in my 20s, when I was constantly trying to find validation in other people and chasing around men that maybe weren't interested in me. So, you know, the chorus of this song is me talking to my past self, saying, "Girl, move on." It's called Get Along. Hello, how are you? I got something to say. I can't believe things have turned to disdain, like rocks in my pocket as I walk to the shore. I just wanna know if you can love me no more. Oh, get along, little girl, what's it gonna say? Get along, little girl, it'll all be okay. 'Cause out of the flames we fly. Oh, get along, little girl, just say goodbye. I was a mess, and you made mistakes. Under the rubble, the foundation shakes, like walking center stage with no shouts of encore. I just wanna know if you can't hold me no more. Oh, get along, little girl, what's he gonna do? Say you're all he ever needs and validate you. 'Cause out of the flames we fly. I'll get along, little girl, just say goodbye. 'Cause even on the best of days, he'll just drag it down. Oh, get along, get along. 'Cause out of the flames we fly. Oh, get along, little girl, just say goodbye. Oh, get along, little girl, just say goodbye. I enjoy playing that one. Probably that was actually the debut. I've never shared that with anybody. So as I mentioned earlier, I have 3 teenage stepdaughters, and one of the things that I have observed throughout this past year is that although I've found a lot of silver linings, mental health toll on kids, particularly when they're so involved in social media, has been really, really, really bad. And one of the things that happened in our family is one of our girls developed a really bad eating disorder. And so I've spent the past year trying to help her with that. And I keep telling her, you know, she's valuable regardless of what she looks like, and she's beautiful no matter what. And then I get to thinking to myself, you know, how am I preaching this and expecting this girl to believe me when I don't believe it about myself all the time? And just the idea that these thoughts about not liking your body are ingrained in us at a really, really young age. Like I can remember being a little kid and my grandmother and I sitting on the porch, and she'd look at people walking by and say, "Gracie, am I as fat as that person?" And although she and my parents always told me I was beautiful, when I saw my grown-ups feeling that way about themselves, that's the message that stuck. So this song is exploring that a little bit.
10. It feels like a long time. Carry around weight you don't need, worrying about what they all see. Cover your flaws up, but not too much makeup. A real lady crosses her legs, never asks, never begs. And what will they think of you if they could see you now? Oh, get you a hardened heart if you're gonna play your part. Those words were never meant to be remembered, but youth has a strong memory. When you're learning to be 15, it feels like a long time. Checking my face in the mirror, make sure my skin is clear, so they don't see me less than I wanna be. I can't stand next to you when I'm trying to hide that it's true. And what will they think of you if you're always asking for it? I'll get you a hardened heart if you're gonna play your part. Those words were never meant to be remembered, but youth has a strong memory. When you're learning to be I remember asking why God gave me these thighs, like some kind of joke. It's hard to love your frame when they give it a name. And just like that, you're learning to be. Those words were never meant to be remembered, but youth has a strong memory. When you're learning to be.
Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I'm gonna leave you with one more song. I've for the past 5 or so years had trouble sleeping, but the pandemic made that worse. And I'm at the point now where it takes me, I have so many creature comforts I need to be able to fall asleep. Like, I need to listen to ambient sound. I often mix a thunderstorm with a blizzard. I need my heating pad, like all these different things that I need to do a basic human function. But I think a lot of people struggle with that. So this is a song, if you are someone who struggles with sleeping and you often know when it's gonna be an extra challenge. And I always think to myself, like, oh, this is gonna be a night. So this is called It's Gonna Be a Night.
I haven't slept for days. I can't escape my mind. When the sun gets low, that's when I it's gonna be a night. Oh, you think I see you, I pretend it's true. 'Cause when the sun gets high, that's my time to do what the living do. When it rains, I look to the water to wash my thoughts away. I lay and wait for the thunder and better days, better days. Give me tincture, give me oil. I've not already tried. Give me drink that will not spoil. Something's broke inside. Cause I haven't slept for days. I can't escape my mind. But when the sun gets low, that's when I know it's gonna be a night. Yeah, when the sun gets low, that's when I know it's gonna be a night.
Hi everybody, David Roth here, recording today from my mom's living room in Los Angeles. Gloria was a professional big band singer back in the 40s and 50s, and she bought that Acrosonic piano for $600 when I was a kid. And later on in life, she told me that she purchased it because she hoped I would be interested in one day going over and playing it and getting interested in music. And there it sits. When the pandemic hit in early 2020, I had to cancel one of my annual tours to the Pacific Northwest. I used to live there in the 1990s with my wife, Tricia, and we moved back to her native Cape Cod in 2020. So we had 10 years, the 90s, in Pacific Northwest, and I would go back starting in 2020 to do a return tour every spring, every April. And I did this for 19 years up until the pandemic hit, and then I had to start making phone calls about canceling all these gigs in Washington and Oregon. One of them was to my friend Grant Baldwin in Eugene, who would put on a house concert for me there. And we were old friends from New Folk at Kerrville in the mid-1980s. That's where we met as eager entrants into the songwriting contest down there. And we stayed friends all these years. And I bless the festival for those kinds of friendships, which I have with some of you. And Grant closed one of his emails saying, well, I'm sorry we can't have the house concert this year, but I guess we'll get together when the universe says it's time. And that idea just stuck with me, and I wrote him back. I said, oh, Grant, here's a song for us. It's just waiting to be written. And 2 days later, we writ it. My plans fly out the window, agenda's broken down. There's nothing else to do right now but stop and look around. People frozen in their tracks are dealing with the same. And now is not the time or place to find someone to blame. When the universe is ready, so am I. When the universe is ready, so am I. The mighty sands are shifting by and by. When the universe is ready, so am I. We've bottled up our oceans, we have fouled up all the air. For the poison of our progress, we are fully unprepared. prepared for the consequence of actions, for these outcomes we've brought forth. It is time to pay attention to the wisdom of the earth. When the universe is ready, so am I. When the universe is ready, so am I. The mighty sands are shifting by and by. When the universe is ready, so am I. Behold a new beginning, a vision like a star. Mother Earth self-regulates when we have gone too far. I'm looking out my window, I see my neighbor wave. We're singing from this distance, and we're closer to the day, and closer to the moment when we have our sweet embrace. And what a blessing it will be to meet you in that place. When the universe is ready, so am I. When the universe is ready, so am I. The mighty sands are shifting by and by. When the universe is ready, so am I.
Hey folks, my name is Kayla Farnham and I'm grateful to be here at the 2021 NERFA conference. Thank you so much to Alan for having me at the Big Orange Tarp showcase this year. The theme of this showcase is what I am doing to make my musical career sustainable in the new normal of the pandemic. For me, that's been all about balance and adaptability. So I have been taking live shows where I can. I've been doing a lot of live streaming. I've been digging deeper into my passion for teaching and coaching, as well as my passion for doing recording session work for other artists. So if you're looking for a vocalist or a keyboardist or a Celtic harpist to be featured on your next album, feel free to call me. I'm going to sing a song off of my last album. This is called Elijah.
Oh, Elijah, he's a man on the run. The Lord knows what he's been running from. Said he had a ticket to Redemption City. He was just a little late to the gate at the train station. And now I see him racing to the end of the tracks with the wind in his hair and the monsters at his back. What he's looking for, I hope he finds it. Oh, Elijah, you're a heart of gold. They just don't realize. They say he's wild as the rising sun, shooting over horizon after horizon. He's only loved a woman by the light of the moon. When his scent is fresh upon her skin, that's when he's gonna get a run. I'm gonna take me on a run for my money. If love is a marathon, I don't wanna quit too soon. I got my ticket to the sky, and I'm calling shotgun when Elijah comes flying by. One day I'm gonna meet him at the end of the tracks, with the mud in my hair and all hell in my back. He's gonna wonder, how'd you find me? Whoa, Elijah. Takes one to know one. That's how I always knew I'd find you down the line.
Hi, my name is Cravan Kirk. I'm a singer-songwriter out on the Oregon-California border. Alan asked us to maybe briefly mention any sort of hacks we had implemented to deal with not only the COVID shutdown, but also just the changing face of live music in general. I moved down here to California from Alaska a few years ago, and when I did so, I burned all my bridges. I cashed out my retirement and sold my house, and I came down here and I built a studio for filming and live streaming concerts and recording, which is where I am now. I started working with a print-on-demand clothing company over in the UK and began designing t-shirts with lyrics from all of my songs. I have about 10 now. This is one here, "The Midnight Commander was here." And I bring those with me when I have live shows and sell them at the merch table. I'm trying to learn a number of different types of animation so I can tell my stories through different sorts of music videos without having to get people together. And stories are central to what I do. None of these are going to make or break the bank or make a lot of money, but hopefully they're all little pieces of the puzzle that will ultimately flesh things out. And in terms of stories, I write about heroes and myth because to me, these are the shouted poetry of dawn. He patrolled the New York subway, the Q train Broadway line, from 96th on down to Coney Isle. His superhero mask was red, it was a pair of underwear, with rubber boots and cape a kitchen towel. And he knew the nightly riders, he'd call them all by name, and they made sure his nightly fare was paid. While his history was hidden and his origins obscure, on a ragged subway seat, a New York hero he was made. If angry words were thrown against two women holding hands, or a homeless man was kicked and put to shame, if someone in a turban was pushed around and cursed, oh, his eyes would flash and loudly he'd exclaim, he'd say, "I am the Midnight Commander. I'm a flame, I am a beacon in the night. I am the Midnight Commander. Oh, set aside your hatred, put aside your fear, for the Midnight Commander is here. Oh, the Midnight Commander is here." Now everyone he challenged, they felt his gentle power, and they'd falter in their hatred and their pain, standing quiet, wondering the seasons of the heart, and an old man in pajamas on a train. And the riders of the subway, the Q train Broadway line, were proud and tall when he would pass them by. They'd smile at one another and they'd give a mighty cheer whenever they would hear his ringing cry when he said, I am the Midnight Commander. I am a flame, I'm a beacon in the night. I am the Midnight Commander. Oh, set aside your hatred, put aside your fear, for the Midnight Commander is here. Oh, the Midnight Commander is here. But all good deeds are punished, and someone finally made the call to New York's Metro Clinic with a tale. And a bed check found one empty, they found the window open wide, found footprints headed toward the subway rail. And so the lords of Bedlam came, each one dressed in white, and they found him riding on his nightly fare. They called him by his given name, and that took away his soul and brought him back to his confused despair. But I am the Midnight Commander, he said as they gently led him off into the night. But I am the Midnight Commander, who will keep them from their hatred, rescue them from fear, if the Midnight Commander's not here. If the Midnight Commander's not here. Now the New York City subway, the Q train, Broadway line, gallops through the night just like before. But at 96th and 2nd, all the riders take a stand, for New York's Don Quixote was no more. And on the empty platform, as the train goes on its way, if you listen very closely, you can hear the voices say, they say, remember, remember, don't give in to hatred or to fear. Remember, oh, remember now, the Midnight Commander was here. I say the Midnight Commander was here. Well, it started in Manhattan. It was a single burning flame. It spread to Queens, the Bronx, then Brooklyn. And Staten Island was the same. And Macy's, they ran out of red underwear, and rubber boots could simply not be found. Words were carved upon the subway walls, and 1,000 voices thundered with a sound. And the words said, I am the Midnight Commander. I am a flame, I'm a beacon in the night. I am the Midnight Commander. Oh, set aside your hatred, put aside your fear, for the Midnight Commander is here. Oh, the Midnight Commander is here.
Hey there, my name is Olivia Francis, and I'm a singer-songwriter and musician from Cincinnati, Ohio, now living in Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, thank you so much for having me here tonight at this NERFA showcase. I'm so excited to be part of it. And to answer your question about what I have been doing in this new normal time, I would say that I've been trying to adapt to utilizing new technologies such as TikTok and Instagram Reels. They're both a great way to get more folks to hear my music. And thank you, Alan, for encouraging me to jump on the TikTok train early on in the game. You are such a visionary and have such a pulse on what's going on. And So thank you. I'm going to play a song that I wrote with my friend Mike Astrakin. It's about how falling in love is so beautiful, but it can also be a little scary. Your sun-kissed skin and your tender lips I've gotten used to, and I love to think of when we first locked eyes that September night in the crisp blue moonlight. You were a heavenly sight, and I know we've got a lot to know about each other. There's nowhere we've got to go. Let's enjoy this wonder. We're just scratching the surface of our hearts, taking a few steps forward in the dark. Might not know where we're going, but we're holding hands, holding on to what could be. It's unraveling for the world to see. Your pastel eyes and your grounded ways show me it's okay. We've got what it takes to let the sand pass through the test of time. You could be the foundation for the rest of my life, and I know we've got a lot to know about each other. There's nowhere we've got to go. Let's enjoy this wonder. We're just scratching the surface of our hearts, taking a few steps forward in the dark. Might not know where we're going, but we're holding hands, holding on to what could be. It's unraveling for the world to see. Just scratching the surface of our hearts, taking a few steps forward in the dark. Might not know where we're going, but we're holding hands, holding on to what could be. It's unraveling for the world to see. Thank you so much. Thanks, Alan.
Hi, my name's Carl Rubino. I live in the Adirondacks of northern New York. Some years before the pandemic, I was in an auto accident, broke a couple of bones in my right hand, and I couldn't play guitar. That also wound up killing my muse. But a year or so before the pandemic, I started writing again, and I went to Falcon Ridge the summer before the pandemic hit. And I wound up playing in some of the songwriter circles at night under the tents, and that gave me a good feeling about my songs. So I booked some gigs for 2020, but of course they fell apart when the pandemic hit. And in the height of the pandemic, I started to learn how to live stream. Been doing it ever since. and I love it. I love the virtual. I love the engagement that it presents. So I'm looking now for new ways to explore virtual presentation of my music, in addition to having returned to live gigs last summer and this fall. So during the height of the pandemic, I wrote this song, I Remember You There. I remember you in every place we ever went. When I walk by one, it's like you were heaven sent. I stare at your shadow, it stares back at me, and I remember you there. In the night when I wake up in a cold sweat all alone, rain pounding on the window glass where we once made our home. The bed's half empty on your side, where I remember you there. I held your hand as you slipped away. I remember you on that final fateful day, with your cold blank stare, like you were looking out, trying to look back in. Lying under white sheets in a cold hospital bed, you said you'd be my angel if I couldn't be there instead. In the space left behind where my heart used to live, I remember you there. When the tears stream down my face, I can almost feel your warm embrace. I can almost feel you, yeah, and I remember you there. It almost seems as we can still share our sweet times, and in the darkest of my moments for the rest of my life, I'll always remember when I was yours and you were mine, and I'll remember you there. Yeah, I'll remember you there. I remember you there. Thanks for listening. Have a good night. Bye.
Well, I don't know about you, but lockdown life has not all been downsides. I have started collaborating with someone who I now consider a very good friend, who I barely knew before lockdown. And we get together every week and write songs on Zoom. And we help each other with our solo projects, and then we also do some collaborations. And I don't think that ever would have happened if we both hadn't been locked in the house, stir crazy, and trying to write just to keep our sanity. That is one of the blessings that came out of lockdown life. Another thing that was an upside for me was I finally learned how to record myself on my computer rather than having to go into a recording studio, which is not only sometimes costly, but also hard to get on the schedule with someone who is really good or who you really like working with. Sometimes it can be hard to get on the schedule. So I finally learned how to record at home, finally. And in the span of 2 months, between May and July, I wrote, recorded, and released an album in under 2 months. It's called Inside Jokes, Songs from Quarantine. And this is from that album. I'm not saying you're a liar, let's just say things that may not be true. I'm just saying when I look around, there are things that I trust more than you. water from Flint, subscriptions that auto-renew. A moil with tremors, a psychic who's broke, the cleanliness of a bowling shoe, miracle water from a TV preacher, a somewhat burnt surge protector, Nigerian email promising cash, the meatballs at Hannibal Lecter's. Yeah, I'm not saying you're a liar, that you say things that may not be true. I'm just saying when I look around, there are things that I trust more than you. Like the guy reading the paper in a nondescript van, sitting across the street. Gas station sushi, a blind hairdresser, a plate of Taco Bell meat. My life savings in the stock market, a fart when I've got the flu. A Bigfoot sighting, a set of used tires, my cat with Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, I'm not saying you're a liar, that you say things that may not be true. I'm just saying everywhere I look, there are things that I trust more than you. Like a $3 bill, hair in a can, a period that's overdue. Clean white walls and a toddler with crayons, a hastily packed parachute. The ingredients in a hot dog, being in a cage with gorillas. The 5-second rule is an actual thing, and OJ will catch the real killer. Yeah, these are things that I trust more than you. Happy NERFA!
Hey everybody, my name's Naomi Vernon. Thank you so much, Big Orange Tarp Productions, for having me in your private showcase. This is my first NERFA. I'm really excited to be here. I'm actually a Tucson native. I grew up in Tucson, Arizona. And my life hack for a sustainable music career is being on social media, being savvy with my social media content and reaching out to people. I think it's important to develop your own opportunities, especially because I'm a budding artist. And I like to stay very present and meet new people all the time and saying yes to opportunities. The song I'm going to play for you today is called My Backyard. It's about my home in Tucson, Arizona, growing up. And yes, thank you so much for listening. Remember us. Remember purple orange skies on a warm September night, late summer breeze. A couple kids make believe and play pretend, hold on to each other's hands. Will you catch me if I fall? 8 years old. Yeah, we were young and wild and free. Running to the end of that street, where we can climb up crooked branches in the dark. Running to the pine tree forest, paint a picture on our hearts. Take a ride this side of town till the sun goes down. Well, I finally found my freedom today. Forget about yesterday. In my backyard. I ran away, only dusty windows, my guitar. We always dreamed we would go far someday. 16 years old, yeah, we were young and wild and free. Running to the end of that street, where we can climb up crooked branches in the dark. Run into the pine tree forest, paint a picture on our hearts. Take a ride this side of town till the sun goes down. Well, I finally found my freedom today. Forget about yesterday. In my backyard, oh, in my backyard. Maybe in New York I can start my life anew. Oh, I'm a woman carrying this dream, a life for me and you. I always wondered who I'd be if I hadn't stayed an Arizona girl at heart. We used to climb up crooked branches in the dark. Run into the pine tree forest, paint a picture on our hearts. Take a ride this side of town till the sun goes down. Well, I finally found my freedom today. Forget about yesterday. In my backyard. Thank you so much for having me. If you guys want to come chat with me afterwards, please do so. I'd love to meet you all. You can find me at Naomi_musicofficial on Instagram, and my website is naomivernon.com. Thanks so much. Take care. Bye.
My hack over the last year and a half or so has been to actually not play as much online, because I do have another source of income, and so the airwaves, the internet waves are pretty crowded. So I wanted to make sure that all those who do this for a living full time have a shot to get out there and be heard. I did have the opportunity to play on a number of shows that I was invited to play, and I enjoyed that. Did a few other things, but that was my hack.
I'm not 25, and I'm not trying to be just a photo from my past.
paper when it's thrown that a younger man considers hieroglyphics on a stone. Well, your mind grows pretty sterile if you refuse to think. And I'm not looking down some barrel, and I'm not gonna blink. I don't wanna miss one second I've been given. Oh, I don't wanna miss a single drop of rain that falls. I wanna feel the sunlight's kiss as I wrapped upon the river. Save the world. I am just a lucky man who brushed his daughter's curls, and I have found a true love this world has let me know. Saved me on some dark nights when the moon refused to show. Well, I don't want to miss one second I've been given. No, I don't want to miss a single drop of rain that falls. I want to feel the sunlight's kiss as I wrapped upon the river. Thank you. Here's a song written by the great Steve Seskin, and it's called Big Hearted, and I'm proud to say it will be on my next album. Took my son to breakfast the other day, bacon and eggs and a stack of pancakes. The guy walked in, cup in his hand, looking pretty hungry. Well, I reached in my pocket for a couple of bucks. My son said, "Dad, can he sit with us? He looks like he could use some company." I saw a seedy looking guy who I didn't trust. He could be dangerous. Well, all my son was seeing was another human being. Good for him. Made me think, what if we were big-hearted? What if we showed up for each other took that chance, showed a little love for one another, just because we can. Stop weighing and measuring everything. Stop wondering what's in it for me. Yes, what if we were big-hearted? Big-hearted. What kind of world would this be? I got this friend, he's a Republican. I'm almost as blue as the Pacific Ocean. Used to be, we could disagree, never end up arguing. Well, it's hard for me to keep my cool when he writes me off like I'm a misinformed fool. I won't budge, he won't budge, neither of us is listening. Well, there's gotta be a way to bridge this great divide. You hear the other side. Maybe in the middle we could get back to being civil. Maybe not, but it's worth a shot. What if we were big-hearted? What if we showed up for each other, took that chance, showed a little love for one another, just because we can? Stop weighing and measuring everything. Stop wondering what's in it for me. Yes, what if we were big-hearted? Big-hearted. What kind of world would this be? Now who am I to tell anybody to do a little more when I'm always coming up short? Still I have this thought, what if we were big-hearted? Stop weighing and measuring everything. Stop wondering what's in it for me. Yes, what if we were big-hearted? Big-hearted. What kind of world would this be? What kind of world would this be? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Nesda. When the pandemic began, I found myself strangely in line with the world at pause. As a creative person, I cherish silent moments that give me some time to explore the mysterious and the unknown. But as a TV producer, the pandemic brought along many challenges. For instance, would we even be able to do our show? Would we be able to get artists to travel to tape our show? And of course, finally, would we have to do away with our onstage audience? Well, out of necessity, we taped without an audience and found a whole new meaning to our title, Songs at the Center. It was no longer about songs at the center of a circle, but songs at the center of our lives as songwriters. She once seemed to have it all. Brilliant, brave, and beautiful. She was everything you'd ever want to be. She was free and self-assured, Everyone looked up to her, a shining light for all the world to see. But she lost touch with who she was and all she'd ever been. Now we can't even talk without a fight. I hate to have to say it, 'cause it hurts down to the core. But I don't know my country anymore. She and I once shared a dream. We could do most anything as long as she and I stood side by side. But now I'm feeling left behind. She froze her heart and closed her mind, and we can't get beyond the great divide. Is it too late for her to wake and see what she's become? Is it too late to get back what we've lost? Sorry if I'm angry and afraid of what's in store, but I don't know my country anymore. Through the years we faced our fears whenever there was doubt, and always found a way to work it out. I'd love to say we'll make it like every time before, but I don't know my country anymore. A piano and a bottle or two, a little fire to get in the mood. I've been dreaming forever of getting together and making some magic with you. No, we don't know each other that well, but the chemistry might really gel. The kids and the wife are gone overnight. We'll have the whole place to ourselves. So why don't you just come over? Let passion flow all night long. Let's get on a roll. Let's bare our souls. Let's do it. Let's write a song. We can start with a smooth melody, then create sweet harmony. You be my guest, grab the part you like best. The bottom or top works for me. So why don't you just come over? We've already waited too long. Fast or slow, 3 minutes or so. Let's do it. Let's write a song. We might both regret it in the end, or might turn around and do it again. Or if you have someone else in mind, a three-way would be just fine. So why don't you just come over? We'll go at it all night long. I got a groove that won't quit. You got a pair of big hits. Let's do it. Get down to it. Let's make music
let's write a song.
Hey y'all, my name is Bailey Bigger. One thing I've been doing to stay sustainable during the pandemic in my music career is I have been co-writing socially distanced outside porch sessions. Just so, you know, once we move through this, everyone, you know, can have more material and be ready to, you know, push out that new music and get this thing going again. This is a song I wrote called South Dakota.
Mississippi of the great Midwest, cut off his nose and forget the rest. Presidents on a sacred stone, didn't know it could get worse than home. Brought to us, I guess. The southern states to Canada, unprotected face to show your man enough. South Dakota, know you'd like to go older. Get out of your head space and think of what it means to change. Run the badlands, find out who your guide is. Maybe talk to help him cover up your face again. Chrome iron on a two-wheel bike, spinning wheels in a mirrored life. Engine sound as the thunder rolls, leather made of murdered souls. Money buys a life crisis toy, believing that it's all some ploy. Tattoos to show that you belong, 'cause you ride it so far right, you're wrong. South Dakota, I know you'd like to go older. Get out of your head space and think of what it means to change. Run the badlands, find out who your guide is. Maybe talk to help him cover up your face again.
I'm Andrew Dunn, and this song is called Nuri of Scimitar, about the last dragon. But never mind, let's not delay the deed that must be done. It breaks my heart to be the last. I'm weary and my flame is gone. I am weary of scimitar, last of my race. Once you have cut me down, there will not be a trace. I'm the last of the dragons on Scimitar Mountain. We'll only live on in the stories recounting. Splendid beast that fills the sky. So that's called Nuri of Scimitar. I'm Andrew Dunn from Lebanon, New Jersey. So basically, Alan contacted me to talk about what I think the future of the music business, sort of in a sense, and performing artists is. And let me start by saying that I am a minor performing artist. I mean, you don't know my name usually. So I make my living as a contractor, as a handyman contractor. And when COVID hit, fortunately I was, I stayed home like a lot of people, but I was able to get back to work a lot sooner than a lot of people. For me, people were home and looking at their homes and saying, I need to change this. So I had the advantage of being careful and smart and masking up and all that stuff, and I could go to work. But as it turns out, I think a few things. I think that no matter what happens in the future, creativity is the same thing. You have to make the time for it, whether it's painting or writing or songwriting or playing guitar or playing piano, whatever. You need to make the time for it. And I would suggest things like songwriting groups. I wrote that song as a prompt for a songwriting group. The prompt was write a song from the point of view of an animal. I just happened to pick a really big one. So I think songwriting groups are a good way to go to keep yourself writing, to keep yourself motivated. Not to pressure yourself, but to write in directions that you wouldn't normally write in, which I think is interesting. And yeah, making the time. Now, as far as the future, I've been playing songs and playing out for almost 30 years at this point. Oh, 30 years. Yeah, I'm that old. So 30 years at this point, and I've seen, a lot of venues are going away, or attendance is low, or whatever. You're fighting a lot of uphill battles as a songwriter, especially a performing songwriter now. And I think that I've seen a lot of things recently. Mainly Patreon has come up in popularity, which is a really interesting idea. And the idea is simply, somebody throws you $3 a month or $2 a month, something little, and you give those people a show once a month, a new song once a month that you play only for the Patreon people. I think that's a neat idea. I'm just not very good at asking for money, me personally. But I think it's a great idea, and I think a lot of artists have turned to that. And I believe that if you have enough people throwing you a little bit every month, it adds up. So I think if you have a lot of fans and are able to keep up with that content, which is the other thing that I'm not very good at, then I think that you'll do okay. The other thing that I would say is house concerts are definitely a way to go. I see people, some people touring, just doing house concerts, and I think that's really great. I admire those people. I again, not a skill I have, but that's okay. And the third thing I would say is don't forget things like, I know Alan preaches on this one, but TikTok is a way to go. I have all these serious songs, and you think of yourself as a song crafter and all these things, but you write a stupid song about, like there's literally one, it's like, I'm a cat, I'm a cat, I'm a cat, I'm a cat, whatever. And that gets used all the time. So there's no idea. I want to write a really stupid song just to make some money on TikTok, a half a cent at a time or whatever. It's a very upsetting time to be a musician as far as the financial end. As far as the exposure end, I think it's a great time. But I think in the end, we have to do it because we're songwriters, we're creators, we're creative beings. And I think if you keep that alive and stick it out, I think things will come back. One way or another, I think they'll come back. Maybe one day the internet will go down and we can all get back to concerts. All right, folks, be well. Enjoy.
What do you want to be? As a kid, we read our own stories in a world where left just isn't right. Still, I know I'll always belong to my expressive side. People, they are telling me it's time to climb aboard the train. I don't mind a couple stops at a time, but when the train keeps on rolling, I know it's not my path, though it's where I should be going. Got my ticket, I've paid my fare. See my childhood self, and she's sitting there. She tells me music has always been your life song, so you will learn to play as you ride along. People, they are telling me it's time to climb aboard the train. I don't mind a couple stops at a time, but when the train keeps on rolling, I know it's not my path, though it's where I might be going.
Hey, Alan. Good to see you. Well, you asked me what my life hacks have been during the pandemic. When it first started, I had no idea what I was going to do, actually. And then I started singing on Facebook one night just to kind of mess around. And a few hundred people signed on while I was just goofing around. And so I started doing it each week for a long time until I started getting busy again on Sunday nights. But what really helped was that after a little while, I got dissatisfied with the quality and I started using Zoom. And right around that time, the lecture course that I was teaching in a big lifelong learning program down here called Music Americana, the university stopped offering classes in person and started referring me out to communities, and communities started calling, asking if I could do lectures on Zoom for them. So I started using the research materials and the DVDs that I had compiled for my lecture courses, and I was actually busier the last year in 2020 doing lectures on Zoom than I had been going in person before the pandemic. So that really helped. And the other thing I'd say that really helped was that my wife refused to let me go grocery shopping for about a year, and we saved a lot of money that way. So hope you're doing well, and hi everybody out there. I'll see you soon, I hope. Bye.
They say you've got to lose before you can win. They say you've got to choose before you can give in. and you've got to cut loose to get back again. And it's a long way back home. They say you've got to fall before you can land. They say you've got to crawl before you can stand. And you've got to lose it all to get what you planned. And it's a long way back home. And it's a long way back home. When you're standing on some place you've never known, and I might see you where the rivers flow, like me, you're looking for a white buffalo. They say you've got to die before you can live. They say you've got to cry before you can give. And you've got to say goodbye before you can come back in. And it's a long way back home. Say you've got to seed what you're going to grow. They say you've got to need what you're going to let go. And you've got to believe what you're going to know. And it's a long way back home. A long way back home. When you're standing on some place you've never known, and I might see you where the rivers flow, like me, you're looking for. I say to you farewell, for we will meet again in the hottest flames of hell. I can only call you friend, and when you hear that final bell, do not ask who's round your head till you found your way back home. A long way back home. When you're standing on some place you've never known, and I might see you where the rivers flow, like me, you're looking like me. Just like me, you're looking. You're just like me, you're looking. Yeah, you're just like me.
Hey guys, I'm Kate Copeland, and this is my song, Where You Go.
Sick brain, step the arms of a lover to ease the pain. I'll go where you go, my love. And it's plain to see that I'm hypnotized. All it takes is a look from your devil's eyes. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love. Oh Lordy me, I'm a woman lost. I'm a ship out at sea and I'm tempest tossed. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love, my love. Yes, I'll go where you go. Though the earth may shake and the winds may blow, but I'll go where you go, my love. Just let me be the one to lay down beside you when the long day's done. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love, my love. Quiet life till you walk through the door with that heart-shaped knife. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love. And I cut right through everything I knew, and my head was infected with the thought of you. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love. So I left it all and I didn't think twice. Ran to your arms like you were Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love, my love. Yes, I'll go where you go. Though the earth may shake and the winds may blow, but I'll go where you go, my love. Just let me be the one to lay down beside you when the long day's done. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love, my love, my love. Oh, 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 yes, I'll go where you go. Though the earth may shake and the winds may blow, but I'll go where you go, my love, my love. Just let me be the one to lay down beside you when the long day's done. Yeah, I'll go where you go, my love, my love, my love.
Okay, that's it. I'm glad you guys could come and be with us. I hope we can see you all again in person real soon. But until then, stay well, and be productive.
Lately I've been chasing after little things that always slip away. Living in my calendar and living in my car, instead of living in the day. Oh, the wind blew down from Canada this morning.